Stai per assistere a oltre 4 ore di intervista di Big Luca e Dan Kennedy, in cui scoprirai alcuni dei segreti più interessanti e fondamentali per quanto riguarda business, marketing e massima monetizzazione. Questa intervista esclusiva, rilasciata da Dan Kennedy nell'estate del 2020, apparteneva alla nostra membership a Rana Nera Club. Oggi, per magnanimità del Papi, è disponibile a tutti quanti. Ti lascio l'intervista, ma prima la sigla.
C'è un mondo online, un caos totale, dove tutti gridano segui il mio canale. Promesse di gloria, soldi e successo, ma tra tutti sti guru io chi seguo adesso? Fuffa guru qua, fuffa guru là, ma chi lavora duro, chi lo distinguerà? Basta guardare i frutti di chi li segue già. Se volano in alto, la verità ci sarà. I truffatori esistono da quando si è schiuso il guscio, ma non per questo facciamo di tutta l'erba un fascio. Chi ha il cuore giusto lo vedi dai fatti, gli altri vendono sogni ma son contraffatti.
Okay, hi everybody, this is Big Luca and today I am interviewing the man himself, my mentor, Dan Kennedy. Hi Dan, how are you?
Hello, good to be with you.
Good.
Not really with you, but at a distance.
At a distance, all right, that's better. So, first of all, how are you? I mean, you're back from the almost dead. I mean, how was it? How are you doing these days?
My literary agent said I was like Tom Sawyer, getting to attend my own funeral. So, I mean, look, there was a very ugly 8 months of literally near death. I mean, I was in hospice and reversed that and recovery to where I am now. And I'm pretty much as good as it's going to get. So rather than measuring it in percentage terms, it's really a new 100%. Because comparing it to the old 100% is just a source of frustration. I mean, I'm mobile. So I've gone from bedridden to walker to cane to nothing. I'm mobile. I'm able to do some of the work I used to do. I don't do big, complex copywriting projects anymore because it's too difficult to work with the source material because of limited ability to read. But I work at the computer. I write. It's a little awkward and arduous because I'm blind in one eye and I have limited vision in the other. So everything's got to be positioned just right, and I make errors. And so from the standpoint, again, of comparing it, ugly, but functional. Obviously, I can do this. I do a fair amount of it for clients. The vision's back to the point that the distance vision's pretty good in the one eye. And I can read regular size type with prescription lenses that are so strong you can't stand up with them on. I mean, they are like binoculars and glasses, but they work. Stamina is not what it should be, or what it would be, I guess, normally. But overall, I'm pretty good.
Good. That's amazing. I mean, that's a story. Wow. So what lessons did you learn during this experience?
So it's very important to have married well, which, of course, if that's not the case, fixing that is, you know, a 20-hour conversation to which there really is no good answer. But that's actually pretty important. I mean, look, the main lesson is not anything, any sort of new revelation. It is that at a moment's notice, with no real time to prepare, no matter how diligent you have been about anything and everything, meaning your health, your safety, your security, your business, your finances, everything can go to shit. And so it might be a big medical situation like what happened to me, with literally no warning. It might be the China virus. It might be, I mean, right now, you would think the only thing that the United States of America doesn't have right now is a locust attack and birds falling out of the sky. You know,
Yeah.
California's on fire. Iowa's got floods. The cities have riots. I mean, it's a bizarro time. And so one way or another, kind of everything in your world can be turned upside down. And not only can it, it's a fairly safe wager that if you're alive and doing things for 40 or 50 or 60 years, not only can it, it will once or twice during that time frame. There's going to be a huge recession. There's going to be some kind of big political upheaval. There's going to be some medical thing you didn't see coming. There's going to be media that you rely on suddenly taken away from you. The list of things that can go wrong is long. And so like there's no way anybody could have predicted the specific of the virus. But broadly, generally, you can know there's a upending event coming every 5, 6, 7 years. And so how you are prepared for that, with your plan B, your plan C that you hope you never have to use, but if you do, it's already thought through, it's ready. How well you're prepared mentally, how well you're prepared emotionally, how well you're prepared. I mean, I'm half joking about the married well. I'd have been in deep trouble without my wife, but a little broader, how well prepared you are with the tightest circle around you of people you can depend on to do different things, even without your active supervision, even if normally you would actively supervise them, because these things are going to happen. So it's not like it's a new revelation, but it is a big demonstration of something I already knew. And I guess, you know, the other lesson is that your non-financial assets, intellectual property, in our business at least, intellectual property, customers, a clientele with which you have substantial goodwill, reputation. You know, I often talk about John Lennon's quote, the John Lennon of the Beatles, that if we wake up and want another swimming pool, I just sit down and write a song. What he was referring to is there was a ready market, eager for the next thing the Beatles did, almost regardless of what it was. And there was a distribution system in place to shove that new thing into and have money come back out the pipe. And so when I kind of started back up after 8 months of complete invisibility, I decided to put a handful of private clients in place for monthly teleconsulting. And I did it with one fax to 25, 26, 27 people, and put 5 in place because of reputation and goodwill and, all of that. So I think it's important to understand that a bucket of money is helpful, not needing earned income day to day, certainly not being in the position of needing tomorrow's revenue to pay yesterday's bills. But beyond that, your non-financial assets that you have organized around you are really important. Every time there's a upending event, excuse me.
Okay. So talk to us more about these non-financial assets. Actually, let's talk about the financial assets, cash, real estate. I mean, how helpful is it? I mean, when you're in this situation, do you just need a pile of cash? Do you need passive income? How much money do you really need in this situation? Like, how do you think about that? What would you want me to have if, God forbid, I got into that situation first? And give me like a rankings of priorities.
So credit where credit's due. Somebody who influenced me early, more just by study of his material. I got to know him late, actually. But a guy by the name of Harvey Brody used to talk about the safe harbor position. So he would talk about, if you think about how you sail, you have a safe harbor that you go out from and that you return to. And if there's stormy conditions, you have that in place to come back to. So a safe harbor financial position is going to vary person to person in numbers, because you may have different financial obligations than I have, vice versa. You might have 3 kids going to college. I got grandkids going to college. You might have mortgages. I don't. I would advise you not to, by the way, but you might have. So different people will have different numbers, but the principles, the framework is the same. So a safe harbor position is that you could proceed, if not for the rest of your life, for a long period of time with 0 earned income and be just fine. Now, that will require a combination of passive income, being paid to you for past work. Again, in our business, certainly in my case, there's royalties. So I'm getting paid for copywriting I did 6, 7 years ago, that the client is still using. There are royalty checks coming in while I'm laying in a hospice bed. And there's royalty checks coming in now in the middle of the virus. There's book royalties. There's, et cetera. So you have passive income that's different than earned income, which says if you're doing nothing, there's still money coming in. There's cash or other liquid assets that don't have locks on them. So if you think about financial products, there's some investment products that have 5, 6, 7, even 10-year locks. And if you extract that money early, you pay a big penalty. There's other investment products that have no locks. You can convert them to cash pretty easily on a day-to-day basis. So liquid, illiquid. Some of your illiquid assets may be generating passive income. And a big question is whether you're willing to eat principal. Certainly at a certain age, that's an issue. So you need a lot more money if you are not willing to ever eat the principal down. There's an old joke about trying to time it so the last check you write, as they close the lid on the casket, the check is bouncing.
Yeah, that's your plan. That was a good plan.
Yeah, you spent the last week in Vegas. You had a hell of a good time, and the last check bounced, right? Well, so some people who don't have kids, or the kids are completely self-sufficient, they don't have legacy issues that they want to fund, they're willing to eat principal. Others who are committed to legacy issues, be they kids, grandkids, charities, whatever, they may be unwilling to ever eat principal. So they got to have a lot more principal because it's got to safely generate enough passive income to meet their needs. So you're constructing this safe harbor out of a combination of these things. The most important point about it is, first of all, it should be a meaningful and significant financial goal to get to that position, early, not late, because it liberates you to make all the rest of your business decisions absent of need. So I get to decide whether I want to work with you personally, or not. And I get to decide whether I want to do this or not, absent of any pressure for the earned income from it and the worry that, gee, I might not get some other opportunity this month, so I'll say yes to this, even though I don't really like the guy, or I don't really want to do this, but I'll do it, right? So you're freed from that. So you wind up making much better decisions about your reputation, about your associations, about your time invested, your time protected, etc. So even if you never needed it, or you don't need it until retirement, the earlier you're in a safe harbor position, the better for all those other reasons. The second thing about it is you can't do it sequentially. So most people's failure financially is about sequential thought. So somebody will say, I'm going to wait to start saving until I have enough income to meet my bills, to pay the light bill, to pay the rent, to make my car payment, to et cetera, et cetera. Then I'll take the excess income, and I'll start turning that into savings. Then I'm not going to start investing until I have enough savings to make it worthwhile. Then I'm not going to worry about investing to the point of safe harbor position until I've met now my bigger lifestyle goals, because we want 2 houses and so you never get there. The principle is pay your future first. So Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know who Arnold is?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So when Arnold came to America and started here, he was broke. He didn't really, speak the language well. You might argue he still doesn't speak it all that well. Um, um, uh, and so Arnold was investing in real estate before he even had his own apartment, let alone a house. He was going from friend to friend, sleeping on couches and putting money into investment real estate from day one. And that's how you have to think about this, is you have to do smart financial things simultaneously, not sequentially. So I spent 10 years being stupid about it. I was what the financial people call high income underinvested. It's where basically you let your lifestyle rise as your income rises. If you put it on a graph, the 2 lines would move right like this, not like this. And so I bought a new car every year, rather than a pre-owned car, at least, or keep one find one you like and keep it. No. I'm like trading cars every year. I mean, I'm eating the income. And hey, I'd like to have those 10 years back, but at least I figured it out within 10. And then the next 20 were structured very, very differently. They were structured as simultaneous, not sequential, financial models.
Okay. So that's interesting, because I'm now investing a lot of money in ETFs, putting 60 grand a month. And in a way, I don't want to, I want the focus of investing in the stock market, and I don't want to do also real estate, and I don't want to do other investments, because I like to focus my money and make it grow relatively quickly and relatively safely, because it's diversified in ETFs. By the way, 80% of that is on the NASDAQ. And I don't need the money right now, but in 10 years, in 20 years, I want to have that 20, 30, 40 millions, which I won't have if I don't do it. What do you advise me to do? Is it okay in my situation? I'm turning 29. I don't have kids. I have cash in the bank, a few years of lifestyle in liquid cash, and I earn millions of dollars a year. What should I do?
Well, so what you're doing is fine as far as it goes. So look, there's long-term, medium-term, short-term. There's liquid and illiquid. There's mixed risk. So you can certainly be too conservative, and you can also be too reckless. So there's an issue which I faced for years. If your chair side value, which is like what a dentist calls it, is very high, meaning working on your own business or with clients pays you so much money per hour, then there's certain kinds of active investing that you can't afford. So like even if you wanted to get good at it, you probably shouldn't be a day trader in the market because your time is so valuable in your own business. I was never willing to do my own real estate investing because my time is more valuable working with clients than it is running around finding properties, doing paperwork, going to signings, yada, 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 yada. But now I do own a substantial amount of real estate. 10% of the total portfolio because I found a guy. So often you want to think about finding your guy or your gal. So like you do ETFs. I do a lot of structured notes, financial products from Goldman Sachs, HBSC, Bank of London, etc. There's like, I don't know, 6, 7 companies, Lord Abbott, that are heavily into the structured note business. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't have a gal, in this case, a person who is really, really, really smart about them and brings me 4 things out of 50 available this month and says, here they are. Do you like any of them? So I've made a point of finding people. There's a portion of my portfolio that is entirely managed by someone else. Everything else I actively manage, but not in a way that has me having to check the Dow Jones average 4 times a day. I could go all week and not look at it, and I don't break out into hives, But there's a portion of the portfolio that's completely managed for me, and his job is don't lose it. This is my most conservative part of the portfolio. If you can get some yield, great. If you can get some growth, great. But if at the end of the year, we're in the same place we were, I still count that as a win. So my concern for you would be, yes, the ETF itself is diversified, but you're not really diversified because it's all ETFs. It's kind of like when somebody says, I'm doing diversified marketing. I use Facebook, Google, YouTube, and Instagram. No, you're using one media, right? Online media, at best 2. You're using search and you're using social. You're not using 5, sorry. So I would push you to a little more diversification and bust it up kind of by long-term, medium-term, short-term. So you're right, real estate is slow and requires mostly patient capital, and tax ramifications matter a lot. Individual stocks, which I do that. I tend to invest in categories where I feel like I have a lot of knowledge. And Buffett's advice about stocks for the non-professional investor is always rolling around in the back of my head. Buffett's advice is decide to buy this as if you were buying a hunk of the company, not trading stocks. And if you were only allowed to buy 5 your entire life, would this be one you would want to own? Now that gets you out of the, oh, I heard a hot tip from the guy I play golf with, whose brother-in-law knows a woman who works for, right? It stops that nonsense, right? It has you looking for really good companies that are going to go the distance, are going to be able to weather storms, are themselves somewhat diversified, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But your greatest growth of capital can be from buying such companies on dips when they're in crisis. And you can also get yield if you buy dividend stocks. You're getting paid essentially to own the stock. So like Apple, I think the dividend this year is 1.7%. It's not spectacular, but I would want to own my Apple stock with no dividend. So getting paid 1.7 in 3 years, that's 5.2 that I got paid essentially to be a shareholder when I would want to be a shareholder anyway. So look, I think first of all, you spend time, which you obviously have, getting smart about this. There's old career advice about dress for the job you want, not the job you have. It really applies to, again, what you educate yourself about, right? So if you think sequentially, gee, I won't bother learning about how investments work until I have a lot of money to invest. No, you start learning about how investments work when you have no money to invest. So 2 things happen. You are preparing yourself at a pace you can handle to be smart about it. The mastery kind of standard is 10,000 hours, right? If you seriously study almost anything and practice, if it requires practice, in 10,000 hours, you're proficient. You're intelligent, you're smart, you're informed, you're capable. You can play the game well. So you can, 10,000 hours invested in poker, you're going to be good at poker. 10,000 hours invested in investing, you're going to be a smart investor. Secondly, a little metaphysical, but you create a magnetic pull by what you educate yourself about. So if you were broke today and you started reading the Wall Street Journal every day, including the parts that bore you, not only are you preparing yourself for when you're not broke, you're actually creating a little magnetic pull of prosperity, of being able to invest, by what you are putting into your mind from reading as if you were an investor. The same thing is true about marketing information. If you start knowing nothing about marketing and not doing any marketing, you're a school teacher, you're a Uber driver, you're a barber, whatever, and you start to actually be a serious student of marketing, the odds are excellent that you're going to find your way to a marketing driven opportunity. And in part, that's going to happen because you're preparing yourself for it. And in part, because you're actually creating this magnetic attraction that is pulling you and marketing opportunities together. Because what goes on in your mind, this is overly simplistic, but Napoleon Hill said thoughts are things. Now they're not, right? When I say it's overly simplistic, it's overly simplistic. Thoughts are not things. Thoughts are thoughts. And if you sit under a tree and think about Lamborghinis, I don't care how long you sit there and how much you think about Lamborghinis, when you get up, you're still going to have a tree above your head and dirt under your ass, and there ain't going to be a Lamborghini parked in front of you. So thoughts are not things, but thoughts become things. Thoughts birth things. Thoughts attract things. The thoughts cause you to pay attention to the same things around you in a different way. You overhear a conversation that you would not have overheard if your mind was not engaged in this subject matter. And you introduce yourself to somebody. You see something that you drive by all the time and you never paid any attention to it. And now you do pay attention to it suddenly. And so, like if you've ever had the experience of buying what you thought was a relatively unpopular, obscure automobile. 20 years ago, 15 years ago in the United States, it would have been a Pontiac. You bought a Pontiac. And you hardly ever saw anybody else with a Pontiac. The week after you get the Pontiac, you're driving around, it's like all of a sudden everybody bought Pontiacs. There's all these people driving the same car you bought. How did this happen? Well, it didn't. You just didn't notice them before because you didn't have Pontiac on your head. So when you have wealth, prosperity, the behaviors of prosperous people, which includes investing, in your mind, you now observe and even attract what you would not have observed and would not have attracted without putting that into your mind in the first place.
Okay, I want to go back to something that you said about investing and eating the principal versus yield, because what you always hear around is that you kind of build up this principle and then you leave off the yield. So whether it's 5%, 8%, 12%, or whatever. And so I want to ask you two different questions. First of all is to clarify each your principal versus yield, maybe what you have chosen for yourself, and also how much money is good enough as a principal, whether you have to eat it or for the yield, for a rich life, and what's the minimum amount of net worth that I and my students should shoot for.
So, I mean, look, so the second part of the question is really variable. Now, most people underestimate it. Life can be long. We can have bursts of inflation. We'll probably have one in the United States. Within the next 8 years, we'll probably have double-digit inflation, because there's only two ways for the United States of America to get out of the debt it's piled up. One, they actually have to devalue currency. You bring in all the green ones and you get blue ones. And Argentina, that you can get away with that. I don't know that you could do it here. So the other way you get out of it is you inflate the dollars, so that the Fed is actually paying off $1 trillion worth of debt with $250 billion. That also takes the price of bread and multiplies it by 4. Well, you have a few years of that, and you underestimated the amount of money you need, you're in trouble. So you should have a bucket of untouchable money that is there for the utterly unexpected upending event. I have a bucket for health, and I have a bucket for hoped never to have happen multi-past year tax audit. And then you have the money you're going to live off of. And again, the sooner you get to safe harbor, you could stop and never have to earn another dollar. First of all, the more you'll actually earn, because you'll make decisions better, you'll be de-stressed. The thing that gets in the way of attracting money most, these are all emotional things. Guilt gets in the way, for example, but need, a feeling of need, actually gets in the way. At a simplistic base example level, the salesman who has to close the next sale or his car's going to get repossessed, he does ineffective things in his sales presentation. The salesperson who, if I close one today, fine. If I don't, I'll close one tomorrow. It is totally relaxed about it. He actually gets better results. So when you eliminate need, ironically, making money actually gets easier, not harder. The amount, look, it varies a lot, let's say by geography. So if for some inexplicable reason to me, you want to live in New York. So like I have a longtime client, and I don't know, a decade ago, when they were into a $500 million company and $50 million a year to each of the partners in cash. They wanted to live where the rich people live in New York. So they own a big penthouse condominium overlooking Central Park. And they wanted to live where the rich people live in California. So they own a very expensive. So the property taxes alone on these two residences are a substantial number. And these are very expensive places to live. An Uber ride in Manhattan, a cup of coffee and a donut in Manhattan. Whereas if you wanted to live in a small town, there's a famous black comedian, Ron, what's his name, who lives in Ohio. He's on
Arsenio?
No, no, much more aggressive black comedian. I'm missing a name, but he's a very famous comedian. He's black. Had his own show on Comedy Central for many years. He lives in a very small town in the middle of Ohio, between cities, in a agricultural kind of area. And his cost of living is probably 1/10 of my client's cost of living. Now he's there because that's where he wants to be. But all his numbers could be a lot less if he wanted to. And so, for example, he got really mad at Comedy Central. He had a hit show. They were paying him a substantial amount of money. And he tore the contract up and said, I quit. And he walked. Maybe if he was maintaining the penthouse in Manhattan and a home in Marin County, he wouldn't have been able to do that.
Right. Of course.
So look, geography is a big variable. Then lifestyle is a big variable. I don't have many expensive indulgences personally, but I own 11 racehorses, and that's like the worst investment ever because they eat while you sleep. And I only fly private. I won't fly commercial.
I don't blame you.
So, that's got to be factored in to your calculations. And you can choose to do things that bring the income number down that needs to come from your investments, or you can choose to raise it. So most people underestimate the number, and it's important not to do that. It's important to be rational about how you want to live and what that is likely to cost based on current costs and inflation. Then the first part of your question, the number in the bucket. It'll be a fairly big number if you intend for it to stay intact for life. So only its yield can take care of these income needs. If you are willing at some point to start nibbling away at the principal, then that number doesn't need to be as big. Personally, I'm on the Die Broke program. I don't think that will happen, but I'm okay literally if I've eaten most of the principal. We have taken care of legacy with insurance. And so if there was nothing left in the bucket, the individuals and the charities that either I or Carla feel compelled to at least give X to, they're getting it from insurance, which is the cheapest way you can create an estate ever, especially if you do it when you're young, because you can buy $1 million for them at a fairly substantial discount with insurance. So you got to figure that out, right? And then you've got to get to that number sooner, not later. And it has to be a significant goal so that you don't feel you are making brutal sacrifices to decide, no, we're not going to get the second home on the lake until we've crossed this benchmark in filling these buckets. So we could get it now. We could go sign a mortgage and we'd have it. But we'll rent for 2 weeks out of the year for 5 years. We'll wait. And so for most people, see, it doesn't become a significant goal until they're sort of really looking at retirement in the face. The average doctor starts thinking and talking about this with advisors no more than 7 years from his intended retirement date. And so he's got all this financial stuff he's built up, much of which has to be unwound. He has a illusory idea of what he's going to sell the practice for. And he's got a lot of his wealth captive in one place in his own business. And he probably can't get there in 7 years. Much easier to do it if he had done it in 14 years, 20 years ago, and then maintained it. I'm not saying you sleep on a cot in the back room and, you eat beans until you have 5 million in a bucket. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm also saying you don't live on 110% of your income with debt, and you don't stay in a position and not gain ground on it that has you needing tomorrow's money for yesterday's bills. In my case, I came up in our business from the speaking side. So I started speaking for money, meaning someone was willing to pay me for it. Or I could sell things from the platform when I spoke in 1978. There was a small group of stars about 10 years older than I. Zig Ziglar, Brian Tracy, Jim Rohn, etc. So maybe 7, all names many people would know. And there was one in their clique who was my age, give or take, Tom Hopkins. But the rest were all 10 years older than I, in some cases 15. And fast forward to 25 years later. We all know each other. We all know each other well. I'm not going to give you names now. But with 3 of them, I wound up having conversations about this, raised by them, because they were all more broadly famous than I. They had a 10 to 15 year head start. huge numbers of audiences had gone through their fingers, and they came to understand that I didn't actually need to go speak to make my money anymore.
Right. Yeah.
Money was flowing from income streams built on the back of the speaking. And they were perplexed by this because their position was essentially the same as it was in year one, just with bigger zeros. They all still needed tomorrow's money to pay yesterday's bills. Now, they were living well, but if anything went wrong, anything at all, they would be in dire straits. One of them is still working, and the China virus has literally put him on the brink of financial disaster day to day, week to week, month to month, because over time, because of what went on in our market, what went on in other markets, these speakers all worked in Asia and Australia, New Zealand, and Europe more than they worked here. And he can't go. And nobody, as you very well know, you can't go to Italy and put 1,000 people in an auditorium right now.
Absolutely. Oh, no. No.
So after all these years and all this fame, if you will, and a large amount of money going through the fingers, there was no sustainable business built on the back of it. And then worse, there was also no money moved into a substantial investment portfolio, a safe harbor position. None.
Right.
So the significant goal has to be not to do that. I figured out very soon, for example, for me, that speaking was really a terrible business. It's manual labor intensive. You have to go do it. If you can't do it, there's no income, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it was great media. It was a great means of building a business, of organizing a group of customers and clients and fans that you could keep in place and monetize without having to stand on stage in front of them again.
Right. So following up question, I really want a number. So if my lifestyle is $500,000 a year, how much money do I need then? Give me a number.
So if you want a big thumb number, okay, and you don't want to eat principal to get there, or at least you don't want to do it until what you believe to be your last decade, I would use the 7% model. To spend 500,000, you need, give or take, 6 to 7 million. That is then invested in a mix of liquid, illiquid for growth, for yield, for safety, to average that 7% and average it over years, because you are going to have some years you won't get 7. Maybe right now because of the virus and its impact on things invested in. Other years you're going to get 10 or 11, 12, even double. You'll have an opportunity with some portion of it to take risks, to make bets. So when I was confident from the beginning, but when I was literally certain that Trump was going to get elected, so forget what anybody thinks about Trump. Let's just talk about his impact on markets,
Right.
and segments of the economy. I bought ETFs and I bought sector funds in industries that logically would grow, would benefit from him. And in a couple of those cases, I doubled. Now, that affects that average, right, in a good way. It won't be so easy this time. It's not as predictable. And in fact, decisions now for the next couple months are difficult.
Right.
But if you use the 7% number kind of as a average you can do per year over a 10-year period, you would need, if you wanted a half a million and you were at 10%, you'd be at 5 million. So you need, without a calculator,
Right.
in front of
Yeah.
me, you need $6 or $7 million.
Yes, 7.5 or something like that.
Right.
Just say that.
Plus then some kind of emergency bucket on top of that. $500,000 would be a decent number. And maybe there's something else that you need a separate, isolated bucket for. So you might be in the $8 million range. That's not a huge, it's not a huge mountain to get to. And sort of one way to look at it, in businesses like ours that have a lot of price elasticity, have a lot of opportunity to be of greater service to the top 5% to 20% of your customers. Often we create less than they would consume. So there's an opportunity to get money there. You think about transaction size, right? So how many units do you need to get to 1 million? And if you're selling something for $1, you need 1 million units. If you're selling something for $1 million, you need 1 unit. Most of us are going to be in between there, and we're going to have a mix of price points, right? But it's certainly not unusual in our business to have something we do with a $10,000 price point.
Yeah.
Even more, right? So you might need, if you're at a $30,000 price point with something, right? You need 10 of them to 300,000. You need 30 of them to 900,000. So you need 33 units for 1 million. Again, to be simplistic, if you dedicated that piece of your business that did $30,000 transactions, where 100% of it went into funding safe harbor to get to 7 million, we need 210 units gross to gross in order to get us there. If you have 50% overhead, you need 420 units to get you there. To get there in 10 years, you would need only 42 units a year, which is, I don't know, 4 units a month, give or take, a unit a week. So, it's not this insurmountable number. And in all probability, you'll hit it and go past it. Because again, one of the things that happens when you create this safe harbor position is, from a practical standpoint, and from a mind power metaphysical standpoint, if you will, you really are changed by being in that position. And that now attracts to you different kinds of opportunities. It attracts different people. And now the money making actually gets easier. It really becomes more game than anything else. It becomes the scoreboard, but not a necessity in any way, shape, or form. And that attitude, not disdainful of it, and not rude, but relaxed, that attitude really affects how others perceive you, see you, react to your fees, react to your prices, etc. And it's almost like flipping a switch. Everything sort of changes when you are no longer chasing a buck. There's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The dwarf saying, "Hi ho, it's off to work we go," and people would add to that, "Hi ho, it's off to work we go because there's bills we owe."
Right.
And when that's why you are going to work, you emanate a certain energy about everything you do that is very different than the energy you emanate when you are going to work because you want to go to work. You're doing work you like. You're doing work with people you like. You have your pick of the litter of people, places, things, and opportunities. You actually get to say no to things. And when you say no to things, the amazing thing that happens often is the people on the other side of that table come back and make it better for you. So you will say yes. So like I just had an experience with one of my publishers for whom I have not done a new book in almost 2 years. And the pace was 1 or 2 a year. And they want a new book. And the first no was because I really was too impaired to do it. The second, more recent no is just because it's really not that great of an opportunity for me anymore. I don't really want it to bring a lot of client inquiries. I don't need them, but I don't really even want them. The customer flow really goes to the company I no longer own. So, and the money from the book itself is not great. So that was the reason for the second no. But they want a book. And the agent wants a new book. So he gets his commission. So they have come back now with a proposal of doing a best of book where they will curate the excerpts from all the previous books, put them together into new chapters for my approval. If permissions are needed from past co-authors, they'll go get them, which normally would fall on the author. The only thing I have to do is write 1 to 2 page bridges of new content between chapters. And the money deal is the same as if I was doing a book from scratch. Now, I'm going to say yes to that. And that sort of thing happens a lot when you are able to say no.
Yeah, I can personally attest to this. It's a nice thing, and it bothers some people. Like with me, it happens. Like some people around me can't really explain how I'm able to do that, or when I refuse some things, some jobs, it's not worth it. Just say, oh, there is a good opportunity. No, they're like, how can you do it? And also my hourly fee, which is now 3,500 euros an hour. I've been able to increase it because, like, if nobody wants it by the way they do, but if they want it, they're going to pay it a lot. Otherwise, no. I mean, I could do like $200 an hour and just fill my agenda. But
oh yeah, you could be working a lot. Yeah, but again, first of all, you could go work on your own business. So for years, I always said, I'd be happy to write a sales letter for you, but it's not a zero-sum game for me because I could go write a sales letter for myself and make X. So I got to make X plus something to put up with you while I write a sales letter for you, right? I used to explain this to speakers, and they would look at me like I was crazy. But I would say, look, I can stay home and either do marketing for my own business or have a client come to me for the day. Currently, that would be, if it was a repeat client, that would be $18,800. It's a different number when I had this conversation, but it doesn't matter. Let's use 10,000 because it makes the math easy. I can stay home, have an 8-minute commute, have somebody come to me, or be writing copy for somebody and not even have to, shave. And I make $10,000. To go come and speak and do a gig for you, I got a day of travel on the front, I got the day of the gig, and I got a day of travel on the back. I'm $30,000 in the hole when I get in my car to drive to the airport.
Right.
So if this opportunity isn't significantly better than $30,000, I don't want to go do it. Now, it's a great opportunity for somebody else. I appreciate the invitation. You're a nice guy, but the math doesn't work for me, right? And if you're doing all your self-positioning right, if you're desired, then 9 out of 10 of those times, you'll get the deal sweetened. They'll literally be back 3 days later. Well, what if we did this? What if you spoke in the morning and then we got a group of 10 of our best people together to do a mastermind with you in the afternoon. And now we'll charge each of them $2,000 and we'll split it. So now you'll get another, and we'll send the thing out on a DVD to all our customers who weren't there, and we'll have an opportunity to sell that. And so you'll wind up with a much better situation. But it's important that it's okay if you don't. And you have to understand what your worth is, and you have to get past dollars for hours alone in whatever business you do. You know, when I was on, for 9 years, I was on this speaking tour, big events, 20 to 27 a year, 15,000 to 30,000 people in a stadium. And we had a raft of celebrity speakers, former US presidents, former astronauts, Hollywood celebrities, so forth. And different ones obviously got different fees. However, they all spoke for 45 minutes. So a liberal Democrat in the United States, a communist, a socialist, would say they should all get the same money because they're all doing 45 minutes, right?
Right.
But their worth is different by their drawing power to make people want to come to the event, and their happiness factor of what a good mood people are in, how good they feel about having seen this person, which then affects their buying behavior and their desire to come to another event, and, you know, all of that. So one might get $50,000 and the other might get 10. You want to be the guy getting 50 because there's added value of one kind or another to having you do things for somebody, if that's a way you're going to get paid, or having your products licensed to or published by or marketed by somebody, if that's how you're going to get paid. You know, as a copywriter, 90% of my clients were from the same pond. They all knew each other. They all fraternized with each other. They all attended a couple conferences a year with each other. And they were all successful entrepreneurs, which means they got egos and they're competitive. So there literally was a bragging rights value to having Dan writing copy for you. Nobody really enunciated it. It's not like I put it on a price list. I never mentioned it. It was implicit. But there was an elasticity to my fee because Joe wanted the bragging rights. I got Dan to do my project. Now that's air, right? But value is, there's actual tangible value. A box is a box is a box. Then there's intangible value. A little blue box from Tiffany's is worth more than a white box from Target with a gift in it. So the intangible value you create. Another way to say this is in any profession, any business, the higher up you go on the income pyramid, the people you find at the top 1%, 5%, even 20%. It is more about who they are than what they do. The people you find at the bottom of the income pyramid, it's all about what they do, right? So you want to be a who that adds intangible value to your services or your products because of who you are perceived to be to a target market, over and above what it is that you do.
Okay, so let's transition to something very important, which is what to sell to whom and how. Because I have people coming to me, and by the way, I told my team I'm not dealing with these people anymore in a private consultation, no matter how much they pay me, because they sit down and they say, well, Big Luca, I would like to make $100,000, 100,000 euros, whatever, net profit a month. I'd be content with 30 grand a month, but I don't know what to sell. And I'm like, all right. So what can you tell us about what to sell, how, to whom, what to decide first, and how to go about deciding the whole process?
So there's really two considerations that are prime, which are market and marketing. So there has to be an affordably reachable population of people who have unmet needs or desires, or that can be made to need or want something you're going to provide. So wealth is market driven. It's really not product driven. So you got to be filling a market opportunity. Whether you create a product, go find a product, whatever. Very famous mail order guy. I got to know late in his life very well. Here, his name is E. Joseph Kosman, if you Google him. And Joe, he was most famous for popularizing a product called the Ant Farm. But he used the same model 20 times with 20 different products. So the Ant Farm was a product, it's a plastic, like really thin aquarium. And it's got dirt and ants in it. So you can see underground the ants building tunnels and doing everything ants do. And it was sold through school supply stores only to teachers who would have one in their 8th grade biology class. So it was a small potatoes product, if you will. Kosman saw it and thought to himself, every boy would like to have one of these because it's cool to watch and their mom would hate them having it in the bedroom. So every boy's going to love this thing, right? So why hasn't it been sold? And if I were to sell it to the public, what would be my marketing opportunity? So I understand there's a market now that they're missing, right? Is his thinking. They're missing every 12-year-old boy in America who would love to have this thing. But now I need a marketing means of affordably reaching them, or I don't have a great opportunity. At the time, comic books were very, very popular here, and they had just started to sell advertising. There was a huge success. A guy by the name of Charles Atlas sold a bodybuilder device with ads in comic books. So Kosman said, okay, how much does it cost to advertise in comic books? Not much, because there weren't many advertisers. Kids read comic books. Boys read superhero comic books. I can advertise this product with a mail order type ad in comic books. There's my marketing opportunity. I know I have a market opportunity. Now I'll go get a license to this product and I'll bring it to the market. So the original inventor, he invented the product with no real idea of where there was a big opportunity. And it languished for years, selling, a lousy 1,000 units or so through school supply stores. So that thinking, what's the market? And how are they unmet? How do they have unmet needs or desires? Or a need or desire I can help them have that I can fill? And what's the marketing opportunity? I built a company called Success Track from 1981 to 1987, initially for marketing to chiropractors only. By the time we were done, chiropractors, dentists, podiatrists, and veterinarians. At the time, there were about 20, we today would call them coaching companies. They were then called practice management companies. And they were selling what we would call coaching at about $20,000 to $30,000 a year, 2 and 3 year programs to these doctors to build their practices. And they were selling them by putting them in free seminars and then selling to them. And this was proliferate in chiropractic. I saw it up close because I spoke for some of them at their events. In the free seminar, they would get, in a city, 30 to 40 doctors to show up. they would sell one because of the price point. So they got everybody all lathered up. Oh boy, I want to grow my practice. Oh boy, I need help. I need information. I need tools. But then, holy God, $20,000. Which again, this is 1980. $20,000.
That's a lot of money.
Oh my God, I can't do that. So now they sold one and they sent 29 people home frustrated and unhappy, right? They don't want to downsell because, et cetera. So we created a business based on putting them in free seminars and selling a $399 kit. And then the game began, of course, with back-end goods and services. So I knew what the market was. I understood it. And I knew the marketing. Okay, I get it. They send out X number of mail pieces. They take inbound calls, and they book people to come to free seminars. And they can get 30 to 40 doctors in a room in every city there is. Got it. I don't have to invent anything. I can just start by using that. However, we'll sell to all of them instead of one of them. So we had a great speaker for this purpose. And we would put 30 to 40 docs in a room every night. 5-city tour, go home on the weekend, back on the road, 3 weeks on, 1 week off. And he loved it. So he was like, finding a mule that really likes pulling a plow. And we sold everybody in the room, because when you got to like the here's how we can help you part, everybody's braced to hear the bad news of like $20,000 or $30,000. Well, it was $399. It's like a no-brainer, right? You'd have to be dead broke not to say yes. So we sold everybody, 90%, give or take. And we made millions of dollars. We were front-end profitable, and we were really back-end profitable. So at the time, like, we had a little semi-custom marketing package, practice brochure, yellow pages ad. This is pre-internet, of course. Valpak coupon, 3-step letter campaign for patient reactivation, like $9,000. And that was one of the back ends, and a little factory to produce them. And 30% of the customers would buy that. We did a couple big seminars a year, et cetera, et cetera. So we built an enormously profitable business. But it was market driven, and then it was marketing driven. Now, the third consideration is more personal. It's what do you want to do? Because you don't want what I call a success trap. You don't want to build a successful business you hate. You don't want to build a successful business that does business with people you don't like. But most people make that the prime consideration. This is what I want to do, and I've created this product, and now who are we going to sell it to? Or, gee, everybody should want it, which if everybody's your market, nobody's your market, because you don't have enough resources to get to everybody. So they start with personal preference. But you really start with market and identifying. Gary Halbert, you know Gary, late Gary Halbert. Gary used to call it the starving crowd principle. Is one of the things you want is you want a starving crowd, literally waiting for you to appear. I owned a company for some time that had a manufacturing side, and in industrial parks where there are a lot of workers, there are food trucks that come around on a route, and they sound a horn, and everybody runs out, and you can buy sandwiches, and you can buy coffee, and you can buy donuts, and so forth. It's sort of like a convenience store, like a 7-Eleven level food on wheels.
Yeah.
So it's not very good, and it's overpriced. Right?
Yeah, they got the same thing in Italy at events. They stay out in the car park.
Okay, so they would come into the parking lot like at our factory at 10 o'clock in the morning for their mid-morning break. So they got a 15-minute break. There's 40 people working in the factory. Everybody runs out, and instead of bringing food from home, the idiots all run out and spend their money at the food truck, and they get bad food that's overpriced because they're a starving crowd. Now, they wouldn't all go get that food from home for dinner or for breakfast. They make themselves something better, or they go to a better place, but they're captive. They're locked there. So they're a starving crowd. So they'll buy bad food at ridiculous prices. So Halbert would use that example, and Gary would say, you want to find a starving crowd. Then you want to build to suit. So in real estate, in home building, if you talk to home builders, there's two kinds of homes they build. They build on spec. So they build the house, and then they try and find somebody to buy it. And then they build another one, and then they build another one, and so forth. Or they build to suit. They have the land, and they sit down in a room with you with models and blueprints and stuff, and they sell you the house you actually want, right? So you might want a house with 3 offices in it and no guest bedroom. And you might want a gym, right? LeBron James, probably our most famous NBA player at the moment, when LeBron had his house built here in Bath, Ohio, he put in 2 basketball courts. Why you need 2 basketball courts, I don't know, but you would never find a house pre-built on spec with 2 basketball courts. So the second principle now is we found a starving crowd. We found a market that has unmet needs or desires, or can be made to really desire something that we can provide to them. Then we're going to build the suit. So it literally is if you put them all in a room and said, what do you want? And would you rather have red or blue? Is making money, making a lot more money, or is making sure you have time for your family, which is more important to you, et cetera, et cetera. So like there's a info marketer in our world who markets just to attorneys. And he is marketing to Christian attorneys only, married with kids. And his main argument is, I'll show you how to reorganize your practice so it's less dependent on you. You make the same amount of money you're making now, and you're home every day on time for dinner, and you never miss your kid's baseball game. Now that comes from, what do they want? That's actually what they want. They want that more than they want double the income from the practice. So you find a market, and within your capabilities of providing services or of providing products, you build to suit. And you only do all that if that market is organized, pre-organized, and affordably reachable by some marketing opportunity. For Cosman with the ant farm, it was ads in comic books. For you, it might be the prime marketing opportunity. The launch opportunity is maybe it's going to be Facebook. Now, you don't want to stay dependent on that.
No.
Any more than he stayed dependent on comic book ads. He was then able to get, so to finish the story, he was able to get toy store distribution with preferred shelf placing. Very hard for somebody with one product. Companies like Hasbro that have 100. He was able to get preferred shelf placing and a better split of the money because he was advertising in all these comic books every month. So you could say to the store owners, look, I'm doing all this advertising. I'm creating demand. Some people won't fill out the coupon and order from me. They'll come look to see if it's in their favorite toy store. So he didn't stay dependent. So think about it as your launch marketing opportunity. So your decision now is driven by a matrix of these things. And that's how you answer, what do I sell and who do I sell it to? Actually, mostly ask in the opposite order. Who do I sell it to and what do I sell?
Right. So I usually tell my students it is who, how, and then what. And like you said, I mean, otherwise it's just reverse and you can't really, because if you say, I want to sell bottles, you may not have, first of all, there may not be a market. You may not have the money to produce it. You may go out of pocket in a way in which you can't afford it. And people discover it later after like 6 months. They're like, I'm broke. You should have thought about that and maybe come to me earlier. So one of the questions
the world is full of perfectly good but dead products because the inventor, the creator, believed, and almost as a religion believes, that it's all about the product. It is not. It is all about the market and the marketing opportunities for that product. We have a show called Shark Tank.
Yeah.
I don't know if it airs. I know there are foreign editions of it.
Yeah, no, we had the same thing in Italy. It wasn't as good, but I mean, there is the UK version, the Australian version, the US version. Yes.
So I know several of the guys. We've had them as speakers for clients or for my company from Shark Tank. And here's what they will admit, because they have all now built marketing platforms of their own, and they can cross-sell to their customer base because they have wisely, nobody talks about it, they have kept shared rights to all the customers and prospects and leads that every company they invest in generates to use as they see fit. So they can take you convince them you got a great business, and a great product, they can invest in it, and they can literally plug you in to all the customers they already have who have an interest in X. They all got little babies and they all buy baby stuff. And you now have a great thing for babies. They already have a list. They have an affordably reachable market they can plug that product into instantly. As seen on Shark Tank, here's Kevin Leary's latest discovery for parents with babies. They will privately admit that many of the things they invest in, that they make into financial winners, would die like dogs on their own. The cost of customer acquisition would be too high. The captive capital required would be too high. They'd never get it on the shelves of Bed Bath & Beyond and the right stores. It would take forever, whereas right now it takes a phone call. We got another Shark Tank product, and we're about to turn it loose on our media, and it was seen on Shark Tank last week. Do you guys want it in Home Depot or not? Yeah, we want it, right? So they have market and they have marketing. So they can actually turn what would be a loser into a winner. Now, what that teaches you is what's most important: the market and the marketing, not the thing. The thing will succeed or fail not because of its own merits. It will succeed or fail. It has to have merit, but it will succeed or fail because of market and marketing.
Right. So the question from my audience is, so how do I find a market? How do I find a starving audience? We are 10 minutes. We're taking a break in 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do I find a market? Where are the starving people? How can I, and often actually people ask me, what's the right online tool to check whether there is a market? And I'm like, whatever, I'll let you answer.
So the first best answer is what market are you a part of that you understand? So avid fisherman would be a hard market for me because I'd have a big learning curve. I don't fish. I don't understand them. So now I have a big arduous process to get to understanding. If you're an avid fisherman, you already know how avid fishermen think and how they emote and what motivates them and what frustrates them. In B2B, if you are a very successful restaurant owner and you have some method of making a restaurant more successful or more profitable, then walking away from that credibility, that story, and going over and selling to avid fishermen might not be the smartest move on the planet. So the first thing to consider is, what are you? Who do you know? So like many of the most successful infomarketers are niche info marketers. And often, not always, often they are in or they have come from that niche. So Nelson Searcy is an info marketer to pastors. He's also a pastor with 3 churches. Craig Proctor is an info marketer to real estate agents. He's no longer an agent for the last 5 years, but prior to that, he was a super successful real estate agent in the top 10 RE/MAX agents worldwide for 10 years in a row. Dr. David Phelps teaches financial freedom, real estate investing, as the cornerstone to safe harbor position to dentists.
Yep.
He's a dentist who replaced his dental income with yield from investments. So that's a path. Doesn't have to be a required path, but it's a path. Dave D., who you may know,
Yes.
Dave became a generalist and teaches internet marketing, teaches marketing, etc. Dave was a magician, a struggling magician. And Dave figured out the marketing to be a financially successful magician. He bought my magnetic marketing system, and that got him.
Yeah, absolutely. I interviewed Dave, by the way, a few days ago for my membership. So he gave me an interview and he was telling me the story.
Yeah, so Dave's first info marketing business was selling to other magicians. Now, he couldn't live there very long or make an enormous amount of money because it's a small niche. A lot of them it's their spare time activity. They don't have a lot of money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it was the place to start. And you got a little bicycle with training wheels on it, and you learn, and you can then apply to a bigger and richer market. So the first answer to the question is, what are you a part of? Or what have you been a part of? That you know the market. You know these people. The second is sort of where you went, which is research. So you can learn. You can go where they are. So if you want to sell to boat owners and you don't own it for some reason, and you don't own a boat, and you really don't do boating, there's boat shows where a bunch of boat owners and a bunch of people that want to be boat owners all come, and there's exhibits, and all the boat manufacturers are there, and there's a food court where people stop and get something to eat, and it's usually in a town for 3 or 4 days. You can go live at the boat show, hang out, listen, overhear, engage people in conversation. Hey, I'll pay for your lunch if you'll let me ask you 5 questions. I'm doing some research. I mean, so you can go where they are, right? You can read. There's usually trade journals, magazines, past issues of them, books, how-to books for people in almost any category. So you can read, and you can use online a lot. So you can do research there, of course, because the trade journal also has an online media platform. There's groups, Facebook groups, etc. So, and then beyond that, you can do testing online that is indicative, not perfectly predictive, but indicative, cheaper and faster than you can test anywhere else on the planet except manual labor, going and getting a group of people together, standing up in front of them and selling the thing and seeing what happens. But the online version of that allows you to test 4 different headlines, 4 different offers, etc. So you can start with free, but 4 different themes, for example. So if you had tested double the income from your practice, or have a successful practice and be home on time for dinner and never miss a kid's baseball game, and you drove half the traffic to one and half the traffic to the other, and the second one outpulled the first one, right? You've learned something pretty significant. Tim Ferriss, the title of his first book, The 4-Hour Work Week, came from testing dozens of titles online. Has little lead generation ads. And 4-Hour Work Week won. It isn't the title he liked. It isn't the title he would have picked. But the market told him, hey, we're excited about that. Tell us more about that. So online certainly gives you a lot of research and test opportunities that are ponderous everywhere else. Something that works in one media is not guaranteed to work in other media, but more often than not, if it works in one place, it'll work in others. Here, for example, in alternative health, pain relief, that kind of category, a lot of stuff will be tested first on radio, on direct response radio, and then it will move to direct response TV commercials because they can test it faster and cheaper on radio than they can test it on TV. But by and large, if it works on Sean Hannity's talk show on radio, it will work on Fox News on TV. But here's the psychological aspect of this. So the more deeply you understand your market, the more successful you are likely to be. So you want to know, you want to know it so well, you want to know them so well, you could actually do this verbatim. You could write it as a script for a play or a movie. Number 1, the midnight kitchen table conversation. That's when he or she gets up out of bed, trying not to disturb the other spouse, but can't sleep because of something on his mind. He comes downstairs carefully. He gets the last piece of pie and some milk out of the refrigerator, and he sits there in the dark, eating pie, thinking about this. She wakes up, realizes he's not there, comes downstairs, turns on the light, joins him at the kitchen table, and they have a conversation. What's that conversation? If you can do that verbatim, as if you sat under the table and recorded it and transcribed it, you really understand your market. Can you do the in the car, driving home from visiting the kids conversation? So now Harry and Marge have gone 2 states away to visit their adult daughter and her husband, and they are driving home, shaking their heads and having a conversation. Can you do that conversation? If you're B2B, can you do the over the beer conversation of the business owner with two of his business owner buddies. So those are like really how deeply do you understand your market? And that transcends statistics. So statistics are useful. Demographics are useful. But now how deeply do you understand them? Right. We have no idea because there's so many weird variables in this presidential election we have coming up in the United States as we tape this 2 months away. But the profound disadvantage that Hillary, above all else, that Hillary Clinton had in 2016 versus Donald Trump is Hillary could not do any of those conversations about middle of America, blue collar, and small business owner, and farmer, and construction worker voters. You could have offered her $1 million and she couldn't do it. Not only wouldn't she have the understanding of them, she's not even interested in them. Trump is essentially a cab driver with a lot of money. And so a conversation with Trump is like a conversation you'd have with a cab driver from the airport to your hotel. Very unfiltered and very street level, because Trump comes from the real estate business. He's been around construction people in New York, bricklayers, builders, bent nose guys, his whole life. And he could do those conversations. And it's such a profound advantage versus disadvantage. So both of them had access to data, lots of data. Both of them had access to all sorts of experts, right? But now the depth of understanding of the market was a profound differential. And in my opinion, if you took the China virus out of the equation, he would be a shoo-in for re-election for the same reason. That's such a big variable that it makes it much harder to predict this outcome. But the depth of understanding of the market advantage is very much with him and very little with his opponent. Relevant really to everything we've talked about. And that is that most people use the language and therefore think about making money. The language is, a money-making opportunity, and I'm going to make money. And I think it's important to understand that that's inaccurate. We don't really make money. Governments print money and put money into circulation. And we are dipping into the money that's moving around. So we don't really make it. Some people take it either by theft or pure exchange of labor for money, or you attract it, which is a much better approach. And so you have to think through how you make yourself and your products and your business magnetic to money. Because we're either going to take it or we're going to attract it, but we really don't make it. And the good news is money's kind of always in movement. It doesn't respond well to being locked down, to being immobile. So it doesn't stay that way very long. So even in recessions, for example, even in the Great Depression in the United States, 1929, 1930, there was liquidity. Money was in motion. And people got rich during and out of the Great Depression. So it's important really to think about wealth attraction in almost everything that you do. I mean, it's a good question all the time. Is this thing I'm doing, is this way I'm presenting myself, is this investment choice I'm making, is it in sync with the way money moves from person to person, place to place? And is it logically attractive to money? So I was a Amazon skeptic early. I didn't like Amazon because I didn't like online retailing. I didn't see the profit light at the end of his tunnel. My mind changed about Amazon when I started to think about it as Google, as a search engine, but a search engine used only by buyers intent on finding something to buy. So people go to Google and search for all sorts of stuff for free, right? They go to search for information. They go search for entertainment. They go search because they've been stimulated by something occurring in the news or current events, and they want more information about that. So they'll go to Google and they'll type in right now a city name, Seattle, and riots, because they want to go to YouTube and see the video of those riots.
He did it.
So that's a lot of traffic, but monetizing that, if you Google, you can, but it's not a direct, but Amazon, if somebody goes to Amazon and types in something, it's because they want to find a book or a product to buy. So I said, this is a search engine for buyers. That changes my whole attitude about this company and what it's likely to turn into. And at that point, I bought a fairly good sized bucket of Amazon stock at under $20 a share. And I would argue that that's when Amazon started to make itself really magnetic to money. Because when you don't view it as a store and the market views it as a search engine, a way to find the best solution to this need or desire, that's much more magnetic, right? If I say to you, I got a store, you go, well, lots of people got a store. Well, I got an online store. Well, lots of people got an online store. I got a way you can find the best product, the best solution, the three best products or three best solutions to whatever need you got. You can't sleep, you type in can't sleep, bingo. Up comes the best mattress, the best pillow, well, that's a lot more magnetic. That's a lot more interesting. So I think you do yourself a lot of good when you start to think in terms of attracting money, not making it. Making it is kind of a laborer mentality toward money.
So what are your money wealth attraction habits that you still practice, and what should my students practice in their everyday life from the time they wake up in the morning?
So if I may plug a book, my No BS Wealth Attraction for Entrepreneurs book is the summary of this. And you'll find that it's nearly 50-50 split between mindset, how you think about money, your relationship with money, which most people have a really poor relationship with money. It's a pretty dysfunctional marriage. And 50-50 split. So the other 50 is practical or pragmatic. So to be a little simplistic, there's ways to think and behaviors, things to do. So for example, in the things to do category, there's be somebody, be somewhere, and do something. Those are three wealth magnets. So be somebody to a market, somebody meaningful, somebody important, somebody with some celebrity status. You don't have to be a celebrity to the world. You just have to be a celebrity to a market. Be somebody, be somewhere, which means have a market, have a list, have a following, and do something, meaning it is really behavioral. And so every day, do something that keeps interest in you alive, stimulates business, attracts leads, prospects, or customers. So most business owners actually don't do much in this category every day. They do it episodically, often under duress. So like the consultant will get a client and then he'll stop doing anything to get clients while he does the work he agreed to do for the client. And then 3 Fridays from now, he's unemployed. And now he starts looking for the next client, right? When really you should do something every day to feed the pipeline. I would say in the consulting business, there's only 2 positions you're ever in. You either have too many people wanting to be clients than you can serve, or you have too few. You never have just the right amount. So you're going to make a choice, a strategic choice. And the right choice is too many, not too few, which means you do something every day to stimulate business, whether you need it or not, even whether you want it or not. So I've practiced that for 50 years. And I still do it now almost out of reflexive habit than anything else. So there's these practical things, and they are largely personal behavior, more than they are the things a business does. They're really, the things you do. There's really no such thing as a business separate from the human or humans who direct it, operate it, fuel it, feed it, attract to it. And when that's attempted, by the way, it goes south in a hurry. That's why often when a big company, so I say the bigger they are, the dumber they are. When a big company or private equity buys a company, often it goes south on them because the human or humans who were actually the secret sauce, they're now gone. There's a book from a couple of Bain Capital guys called The Founder's Mentality about this. It's really good. You might not expect good from Bain Capital guys, but it's really good. And it really talks about how when you take the founder's mentality out of a business, how quickly things start to fall apart because the business is really a myth without that engine. So, I mean, there are habits that are psychological, mindset things, psychological triggers in your work environment. If you were here and kind of toured the workspace, one of the things you would see is a lot of money images, money artifacts, money objects around me where I work. There's having cash, carrying cash. There's a difference to having $100 in your mobile phone and $100 of actual money in your pocket. It has a different effect on you mentally and emotionally. So there's psychological triggers, there's affirmations, what your language about money. You have to train yourself because you probably got taught, again, bad relationship about money. So when I say it's a dysfunctional marriage, so you're not married, so you don't. But if you hung around with married guys and had a beer with them a couple times a week, the majority of them, their language about their marriage is all bad. You know, I got to go home to the old ball and chain. I got to, etc. And then they wonder why it doesn't work. Well, they're asking for it not to work. They're telling their subconscious mind not to let it work because repeated language is a command that the subconscious mind thinks you're telling it to make happen. And so it'll make that happen. You know, gee, I wonder what our fight's going to be about tonight. Well, you're probably going to have a fight because you set up a prophetic expectation. So the same thing's true really with your marriage to money, if you will, is you probably have been conditioned since a kid, more often than not, money doesn't grow on trees, meaning money's hard to come by, day late, dollar short, philosophical ideas, the game is rigged, the system is rigged, little guy can't get ahead, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to train yourself to have better language habits about money. So at times, I've been in business environments where there were incoming calls. I could be interrupted. The phone would ring. I hate it. Now, best solution is restructure your situation so that it doesn't happen, which I've done. But I would have to tell myself and route to the phone or an incoming fax that I'm going to have to deal with. Hey, this could be a money call. That money comes through the phone line. That's one of the ways money gets here. So language habits matter a lot. Practical habits then are, you do something every day to stimulate business. Do you have a set percentage discipline? Meaning of all the money that comes to you, is there a set percentage that goes into savings and investments, that goes into the wealth accounts, if you will? Is there a set percentage that goes into the giving accounts from which you support charity, you overtip working people, you help out the little old lady who lives down the street by paying the kid to mow her lawn? Is there a set percentage of all the money that goes into there? So those are more the practical habits, right? And these are all either magnetic or not magnetic, depending on how you handle them. And you build a regimen of things you do automatically. You want to get to unconscious competence, meaning you think this way without having to remind yourself to think this way. You speak internally this way without having to consciously stop and edit yourself and fix yourself to think this way or to speak this way. You do something to stimulate business automatically, reflexively, without having to check it off on a list. You may start that way, but ultimately, the Maslow hierarchy, conscious competence is where you are consciously having to think through what I need to do and how to do it every time. And the opposite, unconscious competence, is where it's become ingrained, embedded, and it's automatic. It's reflexive. You don't have to stop and think, right? So athletes in pro sports, see, they have to get to unconscious competence. All quarterbacks who come out of college into the pros, almost without exception, really struggle their first year because the game plan is so much more complicated and the speed of the game is so much faster. And they're trying to, like the quarterback is trying to look at every receiver who's running a route, check down, and decide who he's going to throw the ball to. And he just used up a whole lot more time than he's got. And he's on his ass. The ball's out of his hand and bad things happen. He's consciously competent. When he gets to unconscious competent, then he's fast enough and he can play the game successfully. I drove for 20 years in harness races, not the horse race where you sit on the horse, but the horse race where you're in. It's called a sulky, the little cart behind. And a race is a mile long, and it's 1 minute and 53 seconds for the whole race. And you are going to have 5 or 6 decision points in a race if nothing goes wrong, like avoiding an accident. You're going to have 5 or 6 decision points where you're going to pull out of a hole or stay in a hole. You're going to have to decide. If you have to think about that, you're too late. If you literally say to yourself, should I this or that, the opportunity's already passed. You're too late. So you got to do it unconscious competence. And that's really the way you want to be about as much of your wealth attraction habits as possible.
Right. So do you still do like affirmations, visualizations? I mean, how do you?
Yeah. So I don't as much go park myself somewhere and do what Maltz called theater of the mind, visualization in a very formal way. Now, there are people, highly successful people, who still absolutely do that. I do it more now, kind of informally, on the fly, but I have usually had the conversation in my mind before I have the conversation. I have usually made the presentation in my mind before I make the presentation. And I am having deja vu. It is playing out as I synthetically experienced it first. And affirmations, I don't go stand in front of the mirror and do the 10 affirmations every day. I don't discount that, by the way. There are highly successful people who do it. I've trained myself to speak to myself and others affirmatively most of the time. I'm not perfect, but most of the time, my self-talk is affirmative, and my talk with others is affirmative. It is often assumptive. It's not really selling to a point of a yes or no close as it is assuming we are going to do X and speaking about it in those terms from the beginning. So the positive self-talk or positive affirmations that you would hear about in self-improvement and personal development seminars and literature, including psychosci, with which I have a direct relationship. I've embedded it so that it's more continuous than it is formal process twice a day. Do that.
Right. So another question I wanted to ask you was about asset protection, because we talked about how to make money and how to invest money. but we haven't really talked about how to protect it. And I don't know what you think, but Rothschild said in time of war, you have to defend yourself and protect yourself from the enemy. And in time of peace, you have to protect yourself from thieves. So, from friends, this is the old situation, friends begging for money, or now you're a millionaire and people don't understand, and being a millionaire or even a multimillionaire doesn't mean you have infinite amount of money. So extended family members and even lawsuits. How do you do it? How do you advise us to think about it?
So I'll tell you two quick funny things.
Yeah.
Then a philosophical thing, and then practical things. So one night on the Johnny Carson Tonight Show, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Burt Reynolds were on as guests. And this is before Schwarzenegger had his marital problem. And Johnny said, you guys have both made tons of money as actors. And Arnold, you're rich, and Burt, you're not. Why? And Burt said, 4 wives. And Arnold said 1. And so, you divide everything in half, and you divide what's left in half, and you divide what's left in half. Pretty soon, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So, that I say it funny, but it's not funny. It's real. It's one of the things you find about very wealthy people is, at least by marriage number 2, they find themselves they get themselves into a very stable relationship that goes the distance, or they don't get into it at all. So you got to think about your personal relationships. And so the second thing now about family and friends, and so I don't remember who said this first, but they said, here's my advice if you win the lottery. Before you claim your prize and people know you won the lottery, call everybody you know, family member, friend, neighbor, etc. Tell them you have an emergency. You cannot tell them the details, but you need to borrow X amount of money. Pick a number that they could do. So you don't ask your brother-in-law who, has a regular job and for $1 million. You ask him for 1,000. And I got to have it
right
9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You got to meet me at the coffee shop, and you got to loan me the 1,000. You do that with everybody before they find out you won the lottery, because you will now have winnowed down the list of people banging on the door with their problem, wanting money from you, to the few who showed up at the coffee shop in the morning. Now, that's
right.
meant to be funny, but, it's not funny. So this gets us to the philosophical point. Your wealth, if it is come by honestly, does not entitle anybody to pieces of it. Their entitlement doesn't grow with your wealth. You have zero obligation. And so you have to start from a philosophical position of not being made to feel guilty or obligated by anybody. Now, here's the best practical advice. If you're going to help people, you have a great financial disparity between you and them. You have a lot, they don't. And you are willing to be helpful. There should always be strings attached, requirements to meet, hoops to jump through. In other words, they should have to earn it by reasonable behavior. Most of the time, you should enunciate it. But even if you don't, you should think this way. So I have a family member who decided to be entrepreneurial. And of course, one of his first ideas about that was to get investments from every family member in order to fund his enterprise. You could go through the entire house, which I did, and you could not find a book. Forget 5. You couldn't find one that had anything to do with being successful as an entrepreneur. Broadly, generally, or specific to the field in which his enterprise was to be. So you couldn't find a copy of Think and Grow Rich. You couldn't find an autobiography of a successful entrepreneur, and you couldn't find a how-to book having anything to do with his field. Now, I didn't enunciate the reason, but there's the reason. No. Because it's obvious, right? As Sherlock Holmes said, it's as obvious as a trout in a bowl of milk. So I had a niece, poor part of the family. My father literally asked me shortly before he died to help this kid go to college because she had great potential and yada, yada, yada. And so when the time came, I said, fine, here's the arrangement. A, you have to go open an account at the university that I can put the money into directly, because I'm not going to give the money to your father because we can't trust him not to blow it. And I'm not going to give the money to you because I don't trust you not to blow it. So the money for each year's tuition subsidies, I got to pay directly to the college. You got to go open an account to do that with, number one. Number two, you got to do a book report every month on books I assign you. I'm going to give you a list of books. You can pick from the list, but my list, and you got to do a book report every month. And the first one's got to be done before the first money goes into the account. To get the money from there on for every year, which I'm going to pay half of the tuition year to year as you go. You got to carry a B average. You got to not get arrested. You got to not get suspended. And you got to not get pregnant unless you are married or you don't get the money. If we go the distance and you graduate without mucking any of this up, I get my book reports, you didn't get pregnant, you didn't get arrested, I will reimburse you or pay off the loans for the other half of the tuition.
Right. That's a fair deal.
So you will have gone for free. Right? So here's how long this lasted. Not at all. Never opened the account, so the money could never be deposited. Never did the first book report. Wouldn't have mattered much because she managed to get suspended and pregnant in the first year of college. Now, you can think of me as difficult, unreasonable. But see, it's not about I have this big pot of money and you don't. It's about I got a big pot of money. I'm willing to share some of it. But you got to do certain things to justify that money. Right? Now, I have a grandkid right now, just signed a contract for the same basic deal. He starts college like right now. And he's apace with the early steps. If I had to bet money, he probably goes the distance. And I mean, there's a contract and there's a, so I think you approach as much of what you do that you choose to do to help others, you approach it in this manner is there has to be some equity in the relationship, in the deal, in other words. And they can't provide financial equity. That's the point, right? That's why they're asking you for money, is they can't provide financial equity. So they have to provide some other kind of equity in order to make it a fair deal. More often than not, by the way, you will wind up not having to contribute the money because other than kids, there are reasons people are broke. And they are not lack of opportunity. There's plenty of opportunity in the civilized world. Now, if you live in a grass hut in Botswana, that's kind of a different story. But in the civilized world, there's plenty of opportunity. And literally the internet has provided additional pathways to go from broke to self-sufficient to rich, right? I mean, it's not rocket science to open an Amazon store. It's not rocket science to use eBay, to use Etsy. I mean, look, you used to have to go to a flea market, set up a booth, sit in the hot sun, hope somebody came by, try and sell them something. You can do that online now without leaving your apartment. So people are broke not for lack of opportunity. They're broke for other reasons. One may be ignorance, and that's not, that may not be on them, and that's fixable. So what you don't know, but with initiative, you can find it out, right? Like you talked earlier about investing in ETFs.
Yep.
Well, if somebody doesn't know what an ETF is, Google it, right? I mean, so you could be ignorant, but you can fix ignorance. We've all been ignorant. You could be inept. So everything I've ever done, I've been really shitty at before I got good at it. I mean, I've been awful. not just bad, I mean awful. I really understand the process, by the way, of going from awful to good. And so you could be inept, and that may not be all on you because nobody has coached you up to get ept, but that's fixable. You could be stupid. That's kind of a different story. That's harder to fix, right? Because it tends to be stubborn stupid. You could be lazy. That's all on you, right? You could be more comfortable with your excuses than you are with opportunity and responsibility. So I say the person really good at making excuses is rarely good at making money. Now, that should be said, attracting money. They're mutually exclusive skills. You kind of got to give up one to get good at the other. And they may be good excuses. You may have been raised in a single parent home, never seen your parent because the parent had to work 3 jobs, and you came from poverty. You may not have got a good education. You may have some kind of personal handicap. You may have a good excuse, but at some point you get to decide, do I keep my excuses or do I distance myself from them in order to pursue opportunity with responsibility? So there's all sorts of reasons people are broke. Most of them are behavioral. And so if you're going to help somebody financially, you should impose, for there to be equity, you should impose some behavioral requirements, because you'll actually do the person a lot more good with the behavioral requirements than you will with the money anyway. It's the old story, right? Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for life. So giving somebody money has almost never improved an individual's life or broadly a group societally. It's never really produced the result that we would like. They use up the money. They haven't changed their knowledge base, their thinking, their behavior. And so they now have the same problem they had before you gave them the money and they used it up. Yes, they didn't get evicted this month, but 6 months from now, they're going to be facing eviction again. Yeah, they got the tire fixed on their car, but 6 months from now, they're going to have a bad tire and they're not going to have any money to fix it with. So you really don't do anybody much good just paying for their bad situation temporarily. Now, if you can combine that with forcing behavioral discoveries on them, I had an early mentor who said, the point of setting a goal to make $1 million is not the $1 million. It's the person you will have to become to have $1 million. And in fact, the $1 million will actually wind up being insignificant compared to the person you had to become in order to get it. And that's sort of the philosophical, practical mix here of what happens as your wealth grows, and perhaps family members, friends, theirs doesn't. You do them no good by just writing a check and solving their problem of the moment. We, in the United States of America, President Lyndon Johnson launched what was called the War on Poverty and started a bunch of anti-poverty programs. And since then, we have invested over $1 trillion in anti-poverty initiatives, mostly giving things to poor people. The result is we have more poor people than we had when we started. We really haven't solved anything. Now, if we had made every one of them sit in a room and read a copy of Think and Grow Rich aloud to get their free stuff, we probably would have accomplished something. Now, I'm being simplistic, but you get the point.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just easier, to write a check or to wire the money, but
I get it, but I rarely do it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm interested in the opportunity, if you will, to affect somebody beyond solving their immediate and temporary situation. See, because when we talk about philanthropy, right, charitable giving, there's money and there's everything else. And the fact of the matter is, we have wealth because of certain knowledge, information, attitudes, and capabilities. And that is more valuable than is the money if it's used. So, like I have a client who's the president of a university. His name is Nito Cobain. He came to the United States. He came to the United States literally penniless, barely speaking the English language. He's currently the president of High Point University in High Point, North Carolina. And Nito personally teaches. There's almost no president of a university in America that actually teaches. He personally teaches a class called Life Skills, which he would blanch at this description because he's a very elegant, eloquent guy, but it's really a class on how to get your shit together, right? How to be a capable adult human being, how to organize, how to be emotionally resilient, how to make a presentation to persuade somebody of something. I would call it how to get your shit together. And not only does he teach it personally, he requires every student to take it. There's a freshman class version of it that they have to take, and there's a senior, then advanced life skills that they have to take. They don't have a choice. You go to High Point, you take those classes. That gift, which nobody perceives as a gift until later, that gift of his time and the information and his ability to influence those students, some of them, most of them, with that information, is more useful. It's a bigger check, if you will, than if he just paid their tuition. So, like, I support a food bank here in my home city, but I required giving them pro bono marketing advice and seeing at least some of it used, because I said, I am not going to give you money. I'm no idiot. It doesn't all go to food. The money goes in to raising money. I am not going to give you money and have it spent stupid. I'm not going to do it. So you're going to get smarter, and I'll give you money. Or if you won't get smarter, I won't give you money. How do you want this to work? So I've even done it with charities. I just think that so like Warren Buffett, every year they auction off for charity a lunch with Warren Buffett. And they raise a pot, but I don't know, 7 people can go, and I don't know, it sells for $1 million, $2 million. So Warren could just write the $2 million check to the charity. It's pocket change for him, and not bother doing the lunch. But in reality, he's setting up 7 future donors who can be philanthropic because of things he is going to tell them at lunch. And that's all more valuable than the $2 million raised for the charity. There's a multiplier effect to it. And so I think there's smart giving and there's dumb and lazy giving, which is just write the check. Now, I do a little dumb and lazy. I admit it. Okay? I have a relative I gave up long ago having any influence on. And every couple of years, they have the next emergency. And screw it, I write the check.
Yeah.
And it takes me about a day to talk myself out of being aggravated about it. And, but I don't do much of it. I'm very resistant to it. I'm looking for the multiplier effect, and I'm looking for the equity. Now, there's a closed loop here. Because I think about it that way, it's very hard to guilt me. It's very hard to guilt me about what I have. Because A, I've earned it. I've exchanged value for it. B, you're not entitled to it. So it's very hard for you to guilt me. And that's part of having a good relationship with money. Metaphysically, money has a mind of its own. And it doesn't respond well to need. So if it flowed to need, all the poor people would be rich. There's plenty of money. So if money divided itself up equally and flowed to need, nobody'd be walking around with holes in their shoes. So money refuses to do that. And every attempt to force it to do that fails miserably. So it doesn't respond well to need. And it does not go where it doesn't feel welcome. It doesn't feel happy. It doesn't feel like you feel it's appropriate. So if you have a guilt complex about it, your subconscious hears that as instructions, and it will help you get rid of it so you don't feel bad anymore. However, that really isn't what you wanted to have happen. So you've written bad instructions, but your subconscious doesn't differentiate. It just accepts the instructions and goes to work on them. And that's a hazard to be aware of. It's an opportunity to exploit, and it's a hazard to be aware of.
I want to ask you, I asked this question to Dan at the Titanium meeting, it's almost a year ago now, about prenups and marriage and separate bank accounts versus joint bank accounts. Now, well, I live in Dubai for one thing, but in Italy, the concept of the prenup doesn't exist. Certain lawyers will sell it to you because you're asking for it, but it's invalid. I know you guys have prenups if you want in the US,
well,
but how do you advise?
It's pretty much hard for them to hold water in California too. The answer is don't get married in Italy and don't get married in I mean, look, so a prenuptial agreement applies to marriage or a committed relationship, cohabitation. Or the first big cohabitation lawsuit in the United States was filed against an actor by the name of Lee Marvin by a actress he lived with for only 4 years, I think. Michelle, I can't remember her last name. But if you Googled Lee Marvin, you would find your way to this. And she won the case and got half his money. It really established a whole new kind of law. So when I was between marriages, I had a monogamous relationship and I had somebody under my roof. And that didn't happen until there was a cohabitation agreement signed. But prenup applies beyond marriage. Prenuptial agreements are about business marriages too. They're about really every relationship: vendor, key employee, client, etc. So everything about business and wealth is really sort of a three-step process. There's principle, strategy, tactics. Now, a lot of people are just tactical, and they're really kind of running around at random. They do something one way today, a different way tomorrow. They're very reactive. So what you really want to be is principle to strategies to tactics. Your principles govern your strategies, and your strategies govern your tactics. So the principle behind a prenuptial agreement is to avoid future conflict, because it is easier to agree on what is fair to both people. It is not designed to abuse anybody. To agree on what is fair to both people if we are going to part company for cause or for no cause. So a marital prenup agreement, for example, might differentiate between if the marriage is ending because you cheated or just because we've grown apart and don't like each other. Cause, no cause. The agreement may be different for those two things. Really rich people may discriminate between you cheated discreetly or you cheated indiscreetly and embarrassed me, and the deal will be different, right? Well, it's much easier to negotiate all of this when nobody thinks it's going to happen than it is to negotiate it when at least one, if not both parties, are completely irrational and emotional about it. At bare minimum, it's going to drag on and involve lawyers and screaming and maybe public embarrassment and all sorts of things if left to when it's ugly than if it's done ahead of time. So the principle is every agreement, every relationship's going to have an agreement, and every agreement is going to have, it's not really called that in business language, but it's going to have a prenup. If we are going to end this, and I'm the one ending it, here's exactly what's going to happen. If we're going to end this and you're the one ending it, here's exactly what's going to happen. Look, you buy life insurance with no real intention of using it for a long time to come. You insure your house against fire, but you hope you never have a fire. You do this and you hope you never need it. It's okay to think you'll never need it, but it's better to do it. So the principle is that every relationship will have an agreement that includes how the relationship ends. That's the principle. That is protective of both parties. Then the strategy now gets into what goes in to that agreement, how it's structured. Tactics may include where it's based. So to your point, if it won't hold up, let's say Italy, then candidly, you're goofy to do it in Italy, and you're goofy not to do it at all. So you could be a resident of all sorts of places and still do business in another place and spend X months out of the year in another place. I mean, for example, here in the United States, we have a lot of people who their primary residence is Florida, and they spend just enough time there that that's legally their primary residence. But they have homes in other places because Florida has a better tax situation, and Florida has no cap on legal protections for your primary residence. So you can have a $50 million house and it's protected. In some states, you're only protected to $500,000 or $1 million or whatever against creditors. So tactically now, where you do X falls into tactics, right? But so everything is driven this way. Principle first. What's the principle, right? So principle for us as consultants might be, so principle in hiring Let's do something broader. A principle for hiring is, I'm not going to hire anybody who can't follow directions. Then the strategy is, I'm going to create a test. I'm going to create a way to find out if they'll follow directions or not. The tactics implement the test. So like we have a longtime member who hires every year for his law firm, 5 or 6 new young attorneys out of school. He has actually had complaints filed against him with the American Bar Association for his hiring practice. He drives them to a recorded phone message, which tells them, I don't want a resume. I want an essay, no shorter than 2 pages, no longer than 5, about X. It has to be written, and it has to be delivered to my office by Federal Express. Now, if they email them, if they drop it off, if they send a resume anyway, guess what? Not going to hire. Right? So there's principle to strategy to tactics, right? So the prenup, how we end this, is best done at the beginning. Hopefully never used. But you can count on the fingers of one hand the number of agreements I've been a part of in 20 years that have not had this as part of the agreement.
Right. Okay, so I really want to ask you about.
So this was part of your broader question of protecting assets.
Yeah.
So let me say just a little bit about that.
Sure.
So, the more you have, the more risk of loss you have, of course. And the harder it is to replace it all, because there's more to replace if there's losses. So you have to be defensive as well as offensive. You have to, again, the pro-American football coach will say to the quarterback, obviously, I want you to make plays. I want you to move the ball. We want to get down the field. We want to score. But as important, I want you to protect the ball. So don't run around back there so long that you're going to get hit and fumble. And if there's nobody to throw the ball to, throw the damn thing out of bounds, and we live to fight on the next play. The quarterbacks who do that, they have a thing called a Super Bowl ring. The quarterbacks who don't do that have a thing called third string sit on bench, because protection is important. So you have to think about it as part and parcel of your responsibility, as every bit as important as the attraction of money. Now, this gets down to very micro in a business. So loss prevention, outright theft, embezzlement, to theft of goods that people don't necessarily even think of as theft, but it adds up, to theft of time. If everybody comes back 10 minutes late from lunch, if you add it all up for the year, holy crap. Theft by non-compliance. You have an inbound phone script that is the best phone script And if they don't use it, they're stealing. It's theft. Losses are occurring. So that's at sort of a micro level in a business. The macro level now is your investment portfolio, your assets outside of your business. So there's legal protections, there's insurance, there's in different jurisdictions, there's various, in the United States, bank assets held by banks are insured by the federal government up to a certain amount of money per institution, depending on the way the account's titled. Investments held by non-banks, let's say your brokerage, they are not insured by the federal government. There's a thing called a sweep account, if you have enough money, which at the end of the day, every day, all the cash is moved out of my brokerage account into an FDIC insured institution until the next day when it might be used to trade with, which cuts my exposure, my risk. In certain states in America, annuities are covered if the company goes bankrupt up to a certain amount of money by the state. So if you're going to buy annuities, you buy and you want $300,000 worth, you buy $100,000 worth from 3 different companies so that you get the state protection on every one of them rather than 300. So in other words, there's ways to insure yourself against losses. All of them or some of them. Structured notes, which we talked about earlier, they often have what's called a buffer. So, I mean, I just bought some yesterday, and they have a 20% buffer, meaning the market they're tied to, NASDAQ or Dow or whatever, can lose 20% of its value before I start losing any principal. So I've got a 20% buffer before I start sharing in the losses, but I have no cap on my upside.
Good.
So there's these kinds of, so there's loss prevention and loss protection in the business. That's important. Then there's asset protection by various and sundry kinds of insurance. There's asset protection by diversification. There's asset protection by how you title things in some cases.
Can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
Something happened to my sound.
Got it here.
Yeah, okay.
Got it?
You guys are back. Yeah,
1,
got
2,
it.
3, ABC? Okay. So there's protection inside your business. Loss prevention, law enforcement. There's asset protection by various and sundry kinds of insurances. There's asset protection by diversification. There's asset protection by how you title things in some cases. You may want, if you were invested in 5 different apartment buildings, you might want 5 different LLCs, each building in its own LLC. So if one goes financially upside down, it doesn't drag down all 5 of them. So there's how you title assets that can matter. And then last, of course, is to understand that the more visibly successful and wealthy you are, the more you become a target for thieves, con artists, scams, and you need some principles. So we had an episode, I hear a little fuzziness now. Is my sound okay?
Yes.
The computer's running.
Okay, so we had an episode here in the United States, handful of years ago, the biggest Ponzi scheme ever, by a guy by the name of Bernie Madoff. It was quite infamous in its time because, unlike a lot of Ponzi schemes that take advantage kind of relatively poor, not very sophisticated
individuals,
people, it took advantage of very wealthy, very sophisticated people. It's not the first one to do that with, by the way. They're susceptible, but it was the first one in a while. So it shocked some people. Oh my God, I can't believe those people. So a friend of mine, departed now, entertainment, her name was Joan Rivers. Her real name, Joan Rosenberg. And Joan lived in Manhattan. And Bernie Madoff really penetrated the rich Jewish community, Upper East Side of Manhattan. He kind of got them all. And I said to Joan, I said, did you lose any money to Bernie Madoff? And she said, no, I'm the only rich Jew in New York who didn't. And I said, okay, joking aside, why didn't you lose any money to Bernie Madoff? She said, it's very simple. After 2 previous episodes where I lost a lot of money, I created a rule for myself. If I can't understand how the money is being made, I don't want any part of it. Now, what she just described is a principle. She might not put it in those terms, but she described a principle by which she then had a set of strategies. Like, I'm not going to read a 600-page prospectus. Somebody better be able to explain to me in plain English how the hell this thing makes money. Then I better be able to verify it. It's not enough that a bunch of other rich people put money in it. I better be able to verify how it works. Now, that would also prevent you from losing money in the big medical scam more recently. God, I can't think of it, but there's a woman, she dressed up like...
Yeah, a woman. Yeah, no, she was a billionaire. The company was with a V, Val something. Yeah, I know what you're talking. We'll put the name in the interview anyway. I know what company.
I mean, it was a black box scam. I got this new way to do blood tests that's going to be cheaper and do it in 2 seconds. And well, you do. Well, how does that? Well, it's a secret. Just like Bernie Madoff had a secret floor where all the trading was done and you couldn't see it. It's called a black box scam. Something's in the black box and you're not allowed to understand how it works. Theranos is the name of the company. You just have to take my word for it.
Theranos, yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, Joan would not, her principle and her strategies prevented her from losing any money ever to a black box scam. So you have to understand, the more you got, the more they'll come for you. And peer influence can be a very dangerous thing. Well, if it's good enough for those 4, it's good enough for me. No, because you don't know how they're making their decision, right? You're responsible for your decision. So protections are, really important.
Right. Yeah. Let's keep this, but even from friends, I mean, and business associates that you trust, I mean, they may be genuine, but not everybody has got the same principles and strategies about building wealth. There is people that want to delegate that, and so they trust implicitly people that have been introduced to them by other people. So I've learned that the hard way.
As President Reagan said about the Russians, trust but verify. So I did a lot of work for several years with the number one retail theft control expert in supermarkets, grocery stores, and convenience stores. And he was an ex-delivery man thief. Employees steal from them, and the delivery men who deliver to them steal from them. In surprising amounts, by the way. And Jack taught me, and it's absolutely true, it was more valuable to me to learn this from him, he was a client, than all the money he paid me in 3 years. Jack taught me that there's only 5% of the people who absolutely will not, cannot lie, cheat, or steal under any circumstances. If their entire family is starving and a bread truck comes around the corner and bread falls off of it, they pick it up and chase the truck. That's 5% of the people, right? Then there's 5% of the people who lie, cheat, and steal all the time, whether it benefits them or not. They are hardwired. They can't help it. Obviously, you don't want them in your life. It's very hard to populate your life only with the 5% who won't. So the rest of it, that 90%, is ethically flexible. They're situational. And by the way, I'm in there and so are you. And I have a big exercise I can do to prove it, which I won't do for time. But Jack said, for any of the 90% to steal, however you define steal, 3 things have to be present. 1, need or perceived need. So take any group of people and ask for a show of hands of who needs a raise. Watch the hands go up. Number 1, need or perceived need. Now that can really be triggered by a life event. Somebody didn't feel need. They're really a basically honest person, but their brother just got arrested for a DUI and the attorney wants $5,000 to get him out of jail and represent him. And their wife is pregnant and on and on and on. And all of a sudden that employee of yours needs $5,000 real bad. And they didn't need it yesterday. Need. Number 2, the belief that they can go undetected. A lot of embezzlement happens where they believe they're going to just briefly borrow the money and put it back. So the belief they can go undetected. 3, okay, so you got need, belief they can go undetected, the ability to rationalize the theft to themselves. So the 3rd category, the wealthier you are, the more successful you are, the bigger the gap between your income and someone else's, your lifestyle and someone else's, the easier it is for me to justify the theft. Okay. I'm going to take a ream of paper home to use to do my church bulletin, and he'll never miss it because he makes $20 million a year. If those 3 things are present, 90% of the people will steal. So you can't control need or perceived need. It's beyond your control. And it varies day to day, week to week, month to month. You cannot control their ability to justify it to themselves. That happens inside their own head. You can't do it. The only thing you can control is their belief that they can go undetected. That you can control. So for example, I teach all my clients here that have that have locations where customers, clients, or patients come and interact with a staff, that there should be full audio and video surveillance of every corner of that business except where people take off their clothes. It has to be disclosed to the customer, the client, or the patient, but it should be there. Because the only hope we have of them using the right script when they take everybody on the office tour is if we're recording them taking them on the office tour. The winners, by the way, want to be coached. And you can't coach without film. The losers don't want to be coached, so they'll quit. Or you'll quickly identify reasons to fire them. And as inconvenient as that may be, it's a good thing. So you have got to manage the belief that I can go undetected, because that's the only thing you can manage.
Don't trust anybody. And actually, on this point, I'd like to ask you how to deal with competitor that you may know. I mean, for example, we are gurus, whatever, and we have other fellow gurus that may be friends. We may have conversations with them. We may at times exchange clients or students with them. How do you personally go about?
Often you can't avoid it.
Exactly.
Because a buyer is a buyer. A buyer is a buyer is a buyer is a buyer. So the first best answer is what I call competitors rather than competitors. Meaning, we find ways to coexist that are more mutually beneficial than mutually harmful. Now, that doesn't mean they have to be perfectly reciprocal, because you may be two different sizes. I may have more influence with my list than you have with yours, so my mention of you does more than your mention of me. If the standard is perfect reciprocity, almost nothing can be done. But if the standard is more mutual benefit than there is mutual harm, that can often be achieved. Now, it has to be tied to a philosophy of abundance, not scarcity. And it has to be tied to a large enough and responsive enough market that the small number doesn't matter. Meaning, if Charlie gets 3 of mine and I get 1 of his, it doesn't matter because there's plenty. The people that really have a problem with this are in really small niches. There's only 1,200 or 1,800 or 2,000 in the entire niche, and as competitors start to stack up, it becomes a legitimate problem. But in most cases, there is the opportunity for competition rather than competition. And that's better. It looks better to the marketplace. It allows open door flow because buyers are buyers are buyers. They move around. They pay attention to more than one at the same time. People often ask me over the years, gee, you talk about Halbert a lot. Doesn't that bother you because Gary Halbert's a competitor to yours? No, it doesn't bother me. A, I'm doing fine. B, he mentions me every once in a while. And even though I may mention him 5 times more than he mentions me, when he mentions me, it's really beneficial. It's really helpful. I'm not going to hold him to the reciprocity standard. I'm only going to hold him to the standard of are we more helpful to each other than we all harmful? Same with Jay Abraham. People would ask me about Jay all the time. Why would you have Jay on your program? You guys are competitors. And he never has you on one of his programs. A, there's plenty. B, I don't need the reciprocity. But every once in a while, Jay does something for me, and it's enough, right? So, but I'm in a big niche. So the first best answer is competition rather than competition. Then second, there's the answer of being, I'm not going to say better, I'm going to say better for some. Being uniquely matched with a segment of a market who will prefer you to all other choices, almost no matter what they do from an advertising, marketing, or pricing approach. So like in Orlando, Florida, Universal Studios has a theme park and Disney has a theme park. Arguably, they're two theme parks. Disney kicks Universal's ass. I mean, it isn't even close. Because Disney customers, repeat customers, have a profound preference for Disney. Many of them will go to Disney 3 times a year for 30 years and never set foot at Universal Studios. They won't even be tempted once. Let's go see what that's like. No, I'd rather be at Disney. So you create such a distinct personality, such a distinct approach, such a distinct identity that your magnetic appeal to more than enough is so strong that the competitors really don't matter. And the really secure people feel this way in both directions. So Halbert had me come speak at his $7,000 per person seminars. And he was asked, I asked him first of all. So I did the first one. He invited me down. I did the first one. There were 500 people there. I did a lot of business, meeting one-on-one with people after hours. And I sold from the front of the room. I had a lot of money at the end of the 3 days. We hadn't discussed it. So I went to Gary before I left Key West, and I said, we didn't have a chance to have the conversation ahead of time because you did this on impulse. But what's the split supposed to be? What do you expect from the money? I sold product. I'm doing a few infomercials for people. I got a copywriting gig, which you might copy. What's the money supposed to be? He says, I don't want any of the money. I said, no, you're entitled to the money. It's your circus. They're in your tent. I got to sell popcorn, you know? I mean, you're entitled to the money. He said, I don't really want any of the money. I'm happy you made money. It's amusing to me that a bunch of the other speakers didn't. As soon as the seminar's over, they're all at the bar with each other getting drunk until 2 o'clock in the morning. You're over here meeting with people till 2 o'clock in the morning. He said, but I don't want any of the money. So I don't really need the money, first of all. Second of all, I'll be happy if there's some sort of payback otherwise. Whatever that may be, you'll figure it out. Well, See, that's an enlightened attitude of a very secure person with a large enough market to support him and people with such a profound preference for him. Now, some add me. So, late we compared once his subscriber list to my newsletter subscriber list. There was a 20% overlap. That's significant. 20% of his were getting mine. Take them out, 20% of the rest of mine were not getting his. So it was not a equal exchange, but it didn't need to be, right? Better that we're both able to complement each other.
Can't hear you.
Huh?
Audio.
Still there.
Cannot hear you.
The audio's still there.
Am I there now?
Yeah, now you're back, I think. Yeah. Okay.
It's better that we're able to complement each other and not be throwing stones at each other or ignoring each other and pretending we don't exist. So that's like the best two answers. The third answer is not as good, but it's almost required. Is above a foundation of what you provide persistently that works. You now have to also be bringing something new to your market all the time. Ray Kroc, the original founder and CEO of McDonald's, was asked on a talk show how frustrating it was for him to have all the other fast food companies copy every product they introduced and every promotion they did. And Ray said, we can invent faster than they can copy. And in today's world, that's pretty important. When I started doing TV infomercials, if you had a hit, you had about 24 months of lead time before you had copycats on the air. In today's internet world, you got about 24 minutes.
Yeah.
So you got to be kind of agile about being interesting, about bringing something new, timely, over and above your foundation of what works. In our business, you have to expand your range. So, like I have a core. The reason most people find their way to me for whatever has always been, we need better marketing. And we kind of understand we want to do direct response marketing, even though we're not in a direct response business. In essence, we want a better ad. But then you start to draw circles around that, right? Well, gee, now that you got better advertising, you got more leads and you got more customers, but the handling of them is all screwed up. So now we got to talk about how to fix that. Gee, now that that's happening, you got more money. Now we got to have a conversation about what the hell to do with the money. There's mindset and there's mechanics. So we can talk about mechanics and we can talk about mindset. So you keep expanding the range of ways you are important to the customer. So if you, for example, and no disrespect to him, but if you took Jay Abraham and you carefully looked at 20 years of Jay and you looked at 20 years of me, and I mean no disrespect, Jay has largely talked to people about a core competency of his. Strategic thinking for marketing and business. He's not really gone into time management. He's not really delved into wealth attraction, practical metaphysics. He's not really gone into personal development. Therefore, my lifers who stay with me, involved with me, engage with me for 20, 30, 35 years have been much more valuable than his lifers. And I would say per capita, I probably have more of them. Now, his business model is his choice, very whale hunting oriented. Find the client that's a multi-million-dollar opportunity. So again, I mean no disrespect. I'm just giving you part of what I see as the answer to this, is when you are able to continually increase your range of importance to somebody, you have a competitive advantage.
Okay, and how hard is it for you to keep selling in a relatively small market when you have people copying you? And actually, because this question comes up a lot from my students, like the Italian market is a very stupid market because messages have been given to this market which are wrong. So you get people in the same niche talking trash about each other. And so you got this competition to whose penis is longer and whose business is shittier. And how do you go about that? Like I have people talking bad about maybe Luca doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, or they copied all the headlines, all the webinars, all the offers. And I mean, where do you draw do you draw a line at all when you say, okay, let's kick their butts? Because that's important.
Yeah, and again, different clients, I will give different advice to about this, mostly based on the size of their niche. But by and large, so personally, it has had to have been extremely egregious for me to bother going after somebody directly, beyond pointing out to them, you've crossed the line from fair to unfair, just for the record. Which sometimes, by the way, that is actually enough, because sometimes people do it just because they haven't thought it through, right? But for the most part, and for most clients, my advice to them is, first of all, do whatever you got to do not to be emotional about it. Calm yourself down, put up a punching bag, throw glass against the wall for 5 minutes, do whatever you got to do so that you can think about this in as rational a way as possible, which is cost of distraction, cost of opportunity, cost of lawyer, cost of whatever, against gain. Second, more often than not, these come and go. They fail because they've copied only the easy part. They haven't copied what's actually necessary. Say everybody who stands at the back of the room at a seminar, counts the chairs and multiplies it by the registration fee, wants to be in the seminar business. They go, holy shit, 300 people times $1,200. I could charge $600 and I'm still making a fortune. Of course, they don't know it costs $2,200 to sell each $1,200 seat. And then
Yeah.
the game begins, right? They don't even know. So more often than not, they fail. Now, they nibble at you as they go by, but, you know, by and large, they like kill themselves. That's the second thing to keep in mind. The third thing to keep in mind is a lot of what they get are really dumb customers, very gullible customers who are easily attracted by any bright, shiny object, right? People who are attracted by anybody standing next to a Lamborghini with a girl next to them in a bikini, see, they're too friggin' dumb for me to want as a customer. I mean, you're just too stupid. You're not going to be a valuable customer to start with. So I want smarter people than that, right? So that's the third thing to keep in mind. The fourth thing to keep in mind is that in many cases, being talked about even negatively is actually a positive because you're important enough to be talked about. Halbert used to say there's no such thing as bad press. I had a client in practice management. He had 3,000 some odd doctors, $30,000 a year, big business. Always selling. Foolishly, against my advice, he agreed to be interviewed and profiled on a TV show called 60 Minutes.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I know it.
Now, if you watch 60 Minutes today, it's kind of a different show. 60 Minutes was a very aggressive, investigative journalism show, exposing scams and frauds and bad people. And he had an ego the size of Italy. So he was convinced. Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes came and spent a week with him. Out on his boat, at the seminar. He was convinced he could win Mike over. So when the show aired on 60 Minutes, it was the most vicious, ruthless, nasty, bloodletting thing you can imagine. I mean, if they had done a profile on him and a profile on Satan, the profile on him was worse. And I watched it like everybody else for the first time on TV when it aired. And I thought, uh-oh, this is a very deep hole that we are going to be digging our way out of. Now, this is pre-internet, so at least you didn't have it exploding on Facebook, but still, I'm thinking this is a problem. Relatively small niche at the time, 25,000 chiropractors in the whole country. So here's what happened. More clients called to congratulate him on being on 60 Minutes than called reacting to any of the negative. Almost all who called reacting to the negative were just mad on his behalf. Those sons of bitches, I sent them a letter. On and on. Cost us almost nothing in retention. The next month's marketing, no numerical change. Yes, it came up with some of the sales agents, but it was managed. By the second month, I got it. We started to use big in our lead generation ads, as seen on CBS TV's 60 Minutes.
Right.
So, we react to this differently than our public reacts to it. And then the last thing I would say is I tell my clients, look, You can get sucked into playing their game, or you can play your game. If you continue to play your game really well, their game won't matter. If you get sucked into playing their game, you may lose control of both games, theirs and yours. And look, I think so it's emotionally hard to ignore it. I have one client I talk out of this like every 2 months, because it'll be some coaching member of his who couldn't find their way through a doorway when he got them. And now they're, making $500,000 a year, who sets himself up now as a competing coach, steals half his marketing content. You know all this without me telling it to you. And he is enraged. And I spent our whole phone call that month talking him out of doing anything. I said, wait 90 days. Just play your game for 3 more months. And let's see what your math looks like. Let's see what it has done and is doing to the facts of your business. Because if it's not doing much to the facts of your business, then let's just fix our messaging about it in your game. Let's not go play the game of trying to stop them, sue them, scream at them, trash talk back at them. Let's not do that. And I've had him as a client for 30 years. The internet has increased the frequency of this conversation, but the conversation has gone on a number of times every year for 30 years. And there's only been 2 times when the facts have been altered enough that something had to be done externally, legally.
Right. So what would you consider to be altered facts? Like how much in revenue would I have to drop before I actually recognize the other guy as a problem, the other gal as a problem?
20%. No, I just gave you a big thumb answer, right? If some statistic is going south, lead flow, conversion of leads to free information requests, conversion of free information requests to webinar attendees, to telephone appointments with salespeople, to closes. If some statistic is suddenly awry, and the only variable you can find is Billy Bob, the competitor, who has cropped up on Facebook and is crapping all over you, well, you got to attribute the problem to Billy Bob. Then the first question is there anything you can do to fix it internally? Meaning, without going after Billy Bob. Can you change your lead generation message? Can you change messaging along the way? Can you even leverage it? So like I have a client who's a wealth manager. He markets to people who are selling their companies or have sold their companies for $25 million. That's his market. He's competing with Goldman Sachs and those guys. And Goldman took kind of a whack at him a year ago. And we just changed his messaging a little to emphasize that there is no Goldman and there is no Sachs. When those white shoe boys come to see you, when they find out you sold your company, the people that are actually going to manage your money are a bunch of wet behind the ears kids that they just got from college who can operate a pie chart on a computer. If that's what you want, have at it, right? And so we used it. So the first question is, can I fix it internally without getting sucked into this external battle? If no, then you have real reason to take on the external battle.
Right. So it's always you should leverage the other guy's message. Because a lot of my students, ask me that. They create a course, they create something, and then a month later, somebody just copied them. You should explain to the market why you're the better choice for them. And you should be vocal about that.
Yeah, and knowing that you can't be the better choice for everybody in a market. So like, it's kind of ended now, but for some years in the real estate agent niche here, there was a competitor to Craig Proctor, and he spawned another 3 or 4 who all taught prospecting, still classic prospecting, including cold call telephone prospecting. And this is very attractive to the real estate agent who's dead broke. Because if you don't have any money, you got time, right? And I said, Craig, your stuff costs money. To implement your marketing system, you actually have to invest as an agent. So the dead broke guy, you can't keep as a coaching client anyway, because he can't do what it is you teach. So let's just tell him. Essentially, let's say if you're dead ass broke and you have no money and you have no choice but to do cold call prospecting, pick one of the coaches who teaches cold call prospecting. You're not for me, I'm not for you. If you're a serious business person about this and you understand that you have to invest some capital in a serious business, I'm your guy. I got a system that works like no tomorrow. But yes, it does require some investment. Good news is you never have to make a cold call. So we're never going to be the best choice for everybody. We're just not. So we want to figure out who we're the best choice for and make that case as best we can.